reference to the new blob. And the new root directory as well, because the new COSI tree has been created. But for all the files that we haven't changed and other trees that we haven't changed, we still reference to that commit. So this makes it's really use a snapshot techniques. So if you change a small byte on your files, the whole file will be resaved in the backend. So this, compared to other tools like Mercurial, which saves the difference between commits, it makes efficient when you want to see a diff between an old commit and a new commit. It's just like use the diff command between two directories. You don't have to recreate files over the change set. So it's very efficient. Maybe if you have a try of all what I say and just get your clone and your project on your laptop, you won't see all the files in the object subdirectories because internally Git compress and use pack file to optimize a bit more the storage. So as soon as the garbage collector of Git is running, you probably won't see the files in the object directory, but the main principle and to understand how it works still the same from a high level. So do you have any question on this part? So before to see some comments, I just want to speak about 3 areas. So when you clone or even check out a commit, you are updating your working directories where you change files. Then if you have a command which is called git add, which will move your change in the staging area. It means it will create the object in the object directories, and all what you put in this staging area will be present inside the next commit. So it lets you to choose which change you want to save. This helps to create, if you have done a lot of change, maybe you want to organize your history to make commit that have some semantics for your program. And then when you commit your change, this will create the commit object we have seen before and point to that new tree. So to see the difference between your working directory and what you have already put in the staging area, you can just git diff, and you can also have a look to what is going to be commit using the stage parameters. So let's play with Git rebase. Let's go to the something branch. I don't. Yes, this morning I have had some few commits here. Here, this commit is adding a test file. This commit changed the beginning of the README. This, I don't remember what it's going to do. It add test in, it created another test file. And this one changed the beginning of the README. Let's say you want to change a bit your history and squash. It means create only one commit with the README change and create two commits with the commit that add test files. So I'm gonna get this reference. With the rebase commands, you have an option which is .i, which means interactive, and I will give it the base of my rebase. So here we have the help of all what you can do. So you can pick a commit, reward. So you, Git will suggest you will open your editor to change the commit message, or edit just let you edit the commit and create a new one instead. Squash to merge two commit together, and open the commit message to let you rewrite the commit message. Fix up, it will merge the commit in the parent commits in the previous commit, but the message and description of your commits will be lost. And I don't use drop here to remove one, and some other that I don't use. So we want to move that commit here, and I'm not sure I can move this one here. Let's have a try. And just fix up this one. So my both change of README has been moved in this commit, and other commit was applied after. So the reference of the commit changed because the parent commit is not the same, so the object changed. So another command I like is git rebase into. I think I haven't. So let's imagine you have this such kind of branch with two features on the same branch. Well, the feature on top of the feature 1, but you want to rebase the feature 2 on top of the main branch, which has new commit. to do that, you can so here in my example, I want to rebase only those 2 commits on top of my main branch. So I will git rebase into main. I don't want the readme change, so I get the reference of the commit that I don't want. And then I want to rebase this branch. So here we are. We have 2 commits that was applied on top of the main branch. Yes. Let's imagine, you just use a rebase command or reset command, and it's like you don't have any pointer. You haven't any branch that reference a commit. And it's like you have lost your files. Probably you can use git reflogs, which reference commit that you use recently. So I think here I start my rebase. Change. I'm not sure actually which one is it. Git checkout. So I'm creating a new branch from a reference that I lost, and I will get my work back. And so I'm not sure which commit I have used here. Maybe it's not a very good example, but reflog is. I like it because if you use git reset hard, it can save the life. What is git reset hard? I don't know how long I have. Git reset hard will change. So here I'm on the test branch, which reference this commit. And if I use git reset hard, I can say I want to that my test branch is references this commit, and also check out this commit on my working directory. So I want to list all those commits in my branch. So now the test branch is move somewhere else. I think it's, the time is over. But, well, thanks. If you have any question. I don't remember the first or last. Just it's too big. I can't see anything. It should be one of this one. So even if you have git log in your, you know, if you, sometimes you do some git log, if you have the reference until the garbage collector is not running on your laptop, the object still be in the object subdirectory, so you can find it and check out that commit. Thank you.
how many minutes, I don't say how much time, I say how many minutes this will take. Have to do some stuff like
Please. No one prepared the first two talks. So okay. Fixed the problem. Disconnected.
Yes. I hope I have network.
It's working. Or it is struggling.
We will see. We will see.
It's like
Yes.
to detect it
Yes.
with a fan. Maybe it's how is it? No.
Wait. Alors, okay, two. Yes, it's working. The second one. Not working. Okay, wait.
Yeah, I'll take care. Audio was not online. Need to check if it's not. No, but on YouTube, yesterday, you remember, the problem was not live. But today it's not.
Good.
It's working.
Tiens.
Yes, you need to. No, you should probably change.
Présentateur. this one, it's this one. Good. No. Full screen, just
12, maybe.
No, ok, bon, tant pis. It's okay.
There's another option for this.
Yes. Tant pis. Okay.
What?
We'll
You
start.
want to give it this, don't you?
Yes. It's
I
okay.
mean, you tried with F11 or something. Oh shit, you have something different. Oh. There's one option.
Yes, it's okay.
The other option would be to, not sharing the screen. You have two screens.
Yes.
Just have one.
Up.
Would work.
Well, it's okay. I think
Okay.
we'll keep it as is.
That's a problem with the top bar.
Yes.
Unable to remove it.
What?
No.
Merci. Good. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your help. Okay, so hello everyone. I will talk about server environments. I will start with a small definition about what are environments, how to use, how to configure, and then how to code. But it's not the only solution. You've got other alternatives. I will show you at the end. If I had enough time, I will do a demonstration. We will see. So I'm Raphaël Reverdy. My nickname on GitHub is HParFR. I work at Accretion France. I put the profile picture on GitHub because it's not my face. So you may have seen this picture of me. And I'm working on some Odoo projects. This year it was bike industry. And I work also on DevOps toolchain at Accretion. Accretion is a cooperative. Accretion France is based at Lyon in France. We are around a few years, and we do Odoo projects, mainly Odoo community, and we host our projects, but not all Odoo version, as you may guess. So definition. So what are environments? For keep it simple, let's say we've got 3 environments. One is the production. It's the live environment when there is the real customer in front of Odoo. The CI or testing or staging environment, it's usually when you do your test, maybe where your customers are doing their test before the go live. And there is also a development environment. It's can be on your laptop, on your dev box, on the internet, but it's usually where you develop. In all these environments, there is sometimes credentials, and this talk is mainly about how to store and how to use credentials. What I mean by credentials is your login passwords, URL of external service. And we will say it's when Odoo create a connection to an external server. It's really the important part, because in this kind of service connection, you have to know where to connect, and login passwords usually should be readable from the Odoo Python code. So the usage is DI, banking integration, payment providers, of course emails. It can be also transport systems like delivery. And about protocol, it's SMTP, MAP, SFTP, or REST HTTP. You have choice where you put your credentials in the system. The first one is inside the Odoo database as a record. It's the most common one. And you've got also credentials like the database URL you connect to. It can't be inside Odoo, of course, because you need it to connect. And there is also, for a really strong security system, you can put your credential in a proxy server. But usually you don't see this kind of system in the wild because it's really complex to implement. I've put on this side some modules, and if you have seen, for instance, Sentry or Busalt connection, you see it doesn't use the database, but you've got already credentials. So the most common one is on this side, and we'll talk more about this one. Then credentials can be inside the database record. It can be set through the front end or as an XML file by a module, so it's in the source code, or you can inject it with some SQL script or something else you run on the server. You can also use environment variables or file configuration. It's the odoo.cfg. And then you need usually to put it directly into the server on the hosting platform. Or maybe you can store it into the source code, but then you have to secure it because you don't want to leave credential in plain text in Git. And with credentials, there is risks because you don't want anyone to know how to connect to external system because usually you have a privileged access to resources. And you have to keep in mind that everything in the database are dumped and can be restored from a dump, from a backup. So you don't want to put your credentials in read only in the database. And there is also a risk that the wrong environment. So if you put your production credentials and you use it in your dev box, you can do some nasty stuff. So it's about danger and it's about leak. Leak, it's the confidentiality of the password. You don't want anyone to access it. And the danger is that you hit the wrong service in the wrong environment. So now I will go with few use cases to demonstrate it. The first one is quite common. It's the IMAP services. It's when Odoo fetch email. So Odoo read emails. Odoo initiates request to an IMAP server. So it's the incoming email. And then it reads the email. So you have to tell Odoo how to connect to this server. So you have a login, a password, an IMAP host inside Odoo. It's used by the base module of Odoo, and it's a record in the database. So usually it's fetched by a cron, so it's the schedule action, run periodically. And then your client calls you, and they say they don't find all the email they should have. And the client is usually sure his own customer sent him an email. If he checked, and it's something that happens. And of course, you don't have access to all the system along the line, so you don't know If the first one really sent his email, if it's not in its outbox, if it's stuck somewhere on the line, catch it in an anti-spam. And when you test, it works. And that's the main point. It's when you verify, you can't be sure. And then you start to spend hours and hours, and then you get it. What happens? It's on. Okay, so the thing is that you've got another environment. It can be a CI server, so a staging server, or maybe it's your dev box or the one of your colleague, and he tried to fetch emails. Because he has access, he succeeds to get the email. And because usually on IMAP server are read, there is a mark. If an email has been read, it's marked as already read, and it's not fetched by the production. So it's really, really long. It's really stupid to have this kind of error. And this kind of error happens because there is a race condition. There is two systems fetching the very same server, and you just forget about this one. And you're maybe not aware of it. So what you do instead, you should have different credentials in other environments than the production server. It's quite simple, but it happens, and it happens to everyone. I will go to the question after. Thank you. It's the same with bank statements. If you import banking information, it's best if there is no missing transaction, and because otherwise, if the client, your customer, figure it out, he has fear because it's. Then you said you can just disable cron, so other systems don't fetch emails. And I will show you that it's a good idea, but it's not always the good one. Now we'll talk with a second use case. It's about shipping label. Shipping label is that kind of stuff you put on the box when you send it. And we have clients who do, we integrate Odoo with delivery service. So on a stock picking, you hit the confirm button and then you fetch a label. And sometimes, like with this guy, which is a big player in France, you have two things to do. You have to call a web service to get a shipping label at the time you confirm the picking. So it should be on the same transaction as the picking validation. And then at the end of the day, you put an edifact, it's a really old system, to tell everything you sent. And the interesting part is that for testing, because you have to test this stuff, you have a different URL with different credentials. And credentials are specific to the customer. So you can't put testing information inside the source code and publish the source code. It's something that should be kept private. So it looks like this. When you confirm a picking, you get a shipping label from an API. So it's a different protocol, but it's quite the same. Then there is a cron who announce the delivery. And if you disable cron, you don't have this problem, but this one will still be there. You may want this one. It's something really common in the transport industry. Sometimes you want the CI to fetch real label, or the developer setup to fetch real label to see if that the right is good, the address is confirmed, or other things. And then you want to announce the delivery to another service. And this one is really important because if you don't do it, all the boxes will not find the way to the final client. So it's quite different than before because you want credential in CI environment, but real one. So you want, during the work, usually you start to develop with fake data. Then you want plausible data. It means it looks like real addresses. And there is really strange address into the wild, so sometimes you want more real data in this step. And you have to check with the carrier, the delivery carrier, before going in production. And then it's happened always, you have to debug, because you don't know how strange addresses can be. And you, of course, on your dev box or in your CI server, you don't want to enter credential all the time. This one is quite the same. You may want to publish invoices to something like an F3 bucket. It's object storage kind of stuff. And on the CI, on your dev box, you want to publish on the local folder. Because sometimes you want just to be sure about the kind of the report, and the target is not the same. Here it's one protocol, and then it's just a local file. It's the last use case, but it's all use case we've got, so I think it can be interesting. When you do e-commerce, sometimes it's different team, and they want, you are maybe in charge on the Odoo team, and the front-end team need a real product catalog. And we've got, like this kind of e-commerce, it's a real one. There is many products in many languages, so you don't want to use a Odoo website. It will not handle the load. So you have to publish the catalog in a search engine. Like Elasticsearch Engine is the most famous one. So you've got two search engine servers, one for production and one for staging, because you may introduce changes in how the products are described. And you don't want to break production. So you need real data on a staging server. So you've got, as before, Odoo publish products, catalog, brand, or whatever to this kind of Elasticsearch search engine. It's like another database. And this one is the front end. It can be Nux.js or another application. And it needs to read the product. So in production, so far, it's good, it's easy, and then you want to introduce change. So you need to publish products to another Elastic. It's not the same one, because you don't want to change, to send garbage into the production. This alternative front end usually is not your problem, it's more the web agency problem to handle this one. But then, because you are doing e-commerce, it's a two-way system, so the front end needs to push sell orders. And for the test, of course, you want this system to push sell orders. So it means credentials can be also used in this side. It means Odoo allows this one to connect to himself. And it looks like nothing like that when you see this slide, but in the reality, it's really complex to handle. So there is other use cases. I talked some of them. You can publish product catalog to marketplace. This one, when you export VAT declaration or other thing to government, usually you don't want to do it from the staging servers, because when you do, it's really long I mean, it's sad to pay a fine on that. I will do the demo after, I think. So, I have presented what are environment, why you need it. Now I will focus more on how can you do with the help of some modules in the OCA. So we've got this one. It's the main one. It's named server environment. I don't know if you are aware of it. It's quite alone in its own repo on the OCA. It's the base module. It's the one you need. And then if you want, but it's optional, you can add this one or both of them. But this one is really the most important one. I will go into the detail. Before I said, you can store information, it was in the first slides, you can store the credential inside the database, or you can store it inside environment variables or Odoo configuration file. And when it's inside the database, usually you want also to change it with the Odoo web interface. It's something important is that who will change this credential. Is it the final users, your customer, or is it yourself because it's a technical service? So when it's technical, I suggest, but you can do it differently, to put the configuration, the credential inside configuration files, and when the user should have self-service inside the database directly. Like for instance, your Stripe credentials, usually the user will know his credential himself, you don't have to push it. But when it's a CDN, so a content delivery network service account, usually the customer don't know about it. It's more something you as an integrator, you will set it. Just to come back, when user sets information himself, you may want to use this one, but you can't use always, like if the parameters are coming from the config parameter. It's a bit technical, but it's just a special case. When it's in this table, you have to use this module. Now, about which module we are talking about, in this special OCA, I didn't put the URL, in this OCA repository called serverenv, you will find these modules. It's more client modules. It's something like, because the email, like the IMAP at the first, it's something in the Odoo base module. You have to add this mail environment module to use server environment. You've got the same for the SSO, the IAP, I don't remember the name, OEDC, it's also SSO. And some other modules don't require the environment. There is already, the dependency is already inside, like connector search engine. When you install this module, you have to, server environment is a dependency. And other modules don't depend on it at all, but can benefit of it, like the excellent one, web environment ribbon. I don't know if you use it, but it's a live server, because it puts you a ribbon on the top of the screen, letting you know on which server you are targeting. Then how to use. I put an example with connector search engine. It's a dependency of the one for Elastic I showed you before. Here are the dependencies. So you see server environment is a dependency of this one. And then usually you can just install it and do nothing more, and you can use it, but you don't benefit from server environment. The thing important is that sometimes you install a module which depends on server environment, but you don't have, it's not mandatory to configure it, but you will not benefit of it. So it's okay if it's a dependency, you don't want to use it. Or you can configure it, or you can install another, this little guy, it's an additional one, and benefit of the safeguard and feature presented just before. So now, how to configure it? It's not that hard. It's written in the README, but not everyone reads READMEs. So I will just show you a bit. In the odoo.cfg, it's the default configuration file. You may want to set up this environment this variable. And for instance, I put prod for production is the name of my environment, but you can put what you want here. And then you can add some other things like outgoing mail, so it will force any new record inside the database to use this host with this encryption. You can go through, in the docs there is more examples. And the thing is that this particularity, this setup is just in the production odoo.cfg. On the CI or on your dev, you don't have this one. You will have like a dev, and here it will be empty or it will not be there. So you have to manage it somehow inside your stack to have different configuration file in different environments. For instance, with this one, server environment here config parameters, this is the ribbon I talked before. This module is really a live server. You have to install it, and you can install it in your production, and then you say nothing here. Ribbon.name is empty string, and you will not see the ribbon in production. But then, when you are in CI, you will just put CI or the CI plus the date, and you will see from when your database is. I will just show you a bit about this one. Server environment data encryption. This one lets you store the credential inside the database. It's a bit different. It's really powerful. The setup is a bit harder. You have to generate keys. Keys are this kind of stuff. Usually you just use this Python code to generate it. It's also inside the README. And you put, in the production config file, you put only the keys. The keys for all the environments. And then in your CI, for instance, you will put the key only for the CI and the dev, not the prod. You remove it. And on your dev, only the key for the development. And in that way, each environment can decipher the key he has. So the dev should understand only the keys encoded with these keys, the CI for 2 of them, and the same for the prod. So how it looks in real, here I'm on the production. On the production I have set up 3 keys, one for prod, one for CI, and one for dev. So when I enter a compatible module, I have this button on the top, and it says, this is the credential for the prod environment, so it's the name of my environment, and I will put the real host with the real key, the real password, and so on. And then, if I hit the CI button, it tells me I am entering credential for another environment, not the running one. But I have the CI key in the prod, so I can put different value here. And it's the same for the dev. And when I am on the dev machine, for instance, I will not have this button. And this one will be blue, and I will see only this dummy stuff. So the credentials are stored inside the database, but you can't access it on the wrong environment because you don't have the keys. And when you look how many records I just have one record, only one record, but 3 credentials, one for each environment. The production can decipher all the keys, but the CI can decipher his own and the dev only his one. And it's really, really important. In that way, it's kind of secure at rest. You can put your credential inside the database. Someone can take a dump, restore it in another environment, but because he has not the production key, he can't have the production credentials. Now I will speed up. How to integrate your module when you are a developer. It's really simple. You just have to depend of server environment module. And so you have your fields like this one. You have to inherit these 2 mixins, and you add this little guy here. It's just a command name, and if you do like this, it works out of the box. And it's only that. It's really easy to implement. There is no excuses to not allow it. So the other solutions, I'll be quick on this one. There is this new guy since Odoo 16, it's neutralize.sql. You can put a file named neutralize.sql into the data folder of your module, and then you can do stuff like that, disable things, change default name. It's not as powerful as server environment, but it can save you from things. And you can use both of solutions. You can use neutralize and server environment. So it's really basic, all of nothing, but it's included inside Odoo. So it will be it's standard, let's say. And because there is scripts, you have to test it, and you have to remember to test it, because like on the OCA, we don't test if there is something inside that. And it should be run at some point into the workflow. And this one is really the pain point, is that you have to keep it in mind. You have to run it somehow. It can be on the dev box, on the CI server. So this one is the same, but it's what you may do before still. And usually when you want to get a test data, a real database, real data on a dev desktop, usually sometimes you do a PG dump from the production. It's something I don't recommend, because you may forget to run, you can't enforce to run this neutralized thing. So first you have to, it's best something to do. It can be a CI server or command line to ask some service to ask a database, do the PG dump, restore it somewhere else in another instance of Postgre, run the neutralize, dump, and finally answer. So the main point is don't fetch a production database when you develop. You will forget to run cron, to disable cron, you will forget to run neutralize, enforce a systematic workflow. So in conclusion, server environment is good. It adds a little of complexity at the start of the project, but then you don't touch it that much, and it saves your ass when something goes wrong. And just something, it's on this repo. And this is the list of contributors of the module I'll show you. It's been there since really long time. It's used in production in some big companies, so it's safe to use it. And if you need to store secrets like the credential keys, I recommend to use SOAPs. It's another thing, but I don't have to explain it that much. So my presentation is done. Thank you for all. Okay. Do you have to take one or two questions?
With the data encryption mechanism, is it correct that you just need the encryption key in that case in the server environment config?
Yes. With server environment data encryption, it's kind of symmetric encryption. So you've got a key, so the 3 keys I just showed you before, and then when Odoo should encrypt the password, it asks you on which environment you want to encrypt it, and then when Odoo needs to read it, it will see in each the key he has access to, and it will continue to try all the keys until he has found the good one. So it means you may be able to you have to put all the credentials in all environment inside the production, and then inside the other environment, you will be allowed to decipher it. And the second good point is that you can do kind of a rollout of new keys, because you can put a new production key, and the old production key can be also available into the production, and then over the time you can change the keys.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you talked about enforcing systematic database dump.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, like, do you often apply this in a CI/CD pipeline? Like, let's say you are pushing some code into production, and you might want to test your new features on a copy of the database, but
Yes.
actually, making sure that you do not bring the sensitive data. You
Exactly.
talked about anonymizing and scrambling the data. Do
Yes.
you often include that part in the CI/CD, or how often do you make a fresh copy of your production for test?
Okay. So at creation on our CI system, each day we do a full backup of every database of our clients, and each day on the morning we do a restoration of every database, and then we publish it on a staging server. It's template database for each client. So when some developers want to publish a new version of one of the projects, it grabs the backup, the restoration of a backup of the previous day. And in our restoration process, we do some SQL command to disable or anonymize database if needed, or something like that. And then it's good for us because the client is happy to test with fresh data. You don't have to bother to update it. And it tells us that the backup system is working. So it's a win-win strategy. But it's a bit hard to set up and to scale with the number of servers.
Yeah. So the backup system automatically anonymizes the data?
Yeah. It depends of the client. We've got one client who is a strong need of anonymization, but it's something you can't automate because you can leak personal information everywhere. It can be inside the PDF, inside of course the partner table, but on the mail messages and so on. So it's something really tied to one project. And in our system, all the developers are asked to take a data, if they need to develop locally, they should go from the staging database server to take the database. But sometimes it's happened that the project is not in our hosting system, or it's a really old client with old modules, and not everything is in place. But if someone is interested to see how it works in more detail, I can do a demo to anyone after. Okay, thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ivan Sokolov. I'm the founder of Setmix. And well, before we start, I will tell you a short story. So a couple of years ago, I was driving and I got a call from my customer who was saying, okay, Ivan, we have paid you for a project. We would like to have our server up and running right now. And I said, no problem, let me do that right now. So I reached for my laptop and oh shit, it was not there because I have forgotten it. And I had my AirPad. So I had to download that SSH app. I was, staying somewhere trying to get that connection and it was not so stable. And finally I said, oh, I would like to have some solution. Could I do something that just with one click? Yeah, I have sold something, I want it up and running with this. So probably something like this. Okay, so I go here, I create a new sales order quotation to my customer, not too many here, and then I have server installation. Which server? Well, we are an Odoo community, so let's install Odoo, but you can install any, like WordPress, Odoo, and which version?
17.
Okay. No, you are from Chetnik, somebody else. Okay, it will be 16. Okay, I save it, and I confirm it. Well, and the first which came to my mind, which options do we have? By the way, that's the name of my talk. We are escaping from the stage today. Why? Well, first I wanted to be really user-friendly. I am not a technical guy, I'm not a developer initially. Yes, I learned by Google. So I wanted to have something I can click and forget it, yes? At the same time, it would be great if our technical team could create some fancy scripts, really complex, because we have different environments, different customers, different systems, different, I don't know, Docker, Kubernetes, bare metal installation, everything at once, you need to manage it. Well, next thing, I wanted to have deep Odoo integration. Why? Well, we are using Odoo, we are Odoo guys, so it means that it must be built inside Odoo. And of course, what is important for us, we need to own our data. Why? Well, because we have some customers, I would say quite a lot of them, they even don't have some outside access. You cannot just log in with SSH, you do some fancy stuff. No, it's really complicated, and that's something we need to keep in mind. Well, let's look at the existing solution, I thought. And the first one is the famous ODSH. So what about ODSH? Sorry, Fabian, I don't want to say anything wrong. It's fine. It's really great. I'm not kidding. But it has some limitations. So first of all, it's really flexible. You can install Odoo Enterprise, or if you don't want Odoo Enterprise, you can install Odoo Enterprise on it. Yeah. So basically the second thing is that it supports only 3 releases. So I would say, hey guys, who has Odoo 15 right now, in a couple of days, you are in big troubles. Yes. So your ODSH instance say, hey, you need to migrate, by the way. And it's GitHub centric. So it means if you have GitLab, Bitbucket, okay, it's a no-go scenario for you. Well, the second thing which came to my mind, are there any alternative clouds? Okay, I need community because most of our customers are on community. And I would like to use some cloud solution. Well, at that moment, it happened a couple of years ago. There were no such solutions, yes, at least well-known. And once again, they are cloud-based. Yes, so basically you are depending on the cloud, which was not the case for a lot of our customers. And important thing, they are Odoo only. And I would like to host everything, any software, not just Odoo. And the third thing, App Store apps. Yes, quality, 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 quality. Yeah, that's the main concern. Yeah, it's like a lottery. But in Russian roulette, you have 1 out of 6. In Odoo roulette, you have 9 out of 10. So basically, you are not so lucky here. And okay, let's invite our own bicycle, I thought. Here we go. Chetmix Tower, Setmix Tower, okay? So White Tower, aviation, and so on. Okay, what's that? Well, as any system which is designed for server management, let's start from some stats, okay? So the first commit was done back on May 2022. And at the moment, there are more than 200 commits, and probably while we are talking, there will be even more. We have 85 merge PRs and about 10 unmerged or 12. And we already have more than 70, I think, known servers that have been managed by the system. Yes, so that's the numbers. Also, we have 8 contributors in the project, but at the moment, it's a private project. And of course, from the very beginning, when we started the project, we wanted this project to be built according to the OCA quality standards. Yes, 2 years ago, we were not so good at coding. I'm sorry, you will see it later when you will check our code. You will see, oh, that's the code from 2 years ago, and that's something recent. But it has good test coverage. It has documentation from the very beginning, so everything done according to the OCA quality standards. Okay, key features. What do we have here? Well, as any server management system, it has server configuration. So basically, we have password key-based authentication for SSH, that's common. And then we have so-called configuration variables. If we have time, I will share my screen and show you it later, okay? So variables are variables. So you can define any configuration parameter, and there are 3 different kinds of those variables. So the first one is the server-wide variable. This is the variable that belongs to this particular server. For example, Odoo version 16. This is the property of this server. Okay, the next one are global variables. These are variables which are being used as a fallback. For example, we haven't specified our Odoo version. Then when some script is running, it will check, okay, this server doesn't have Odoo version, and the fallback version will be 70 because it's a global one. Then, interesting thing is variable nesting. So for example, you can use another variable in the variable value of the previous variable. So you can build quite long scenarios here. And system variables. They are used, for example, we are using them for Docker scripts. We can get some things like UUID. We can generate UUID directly as a variable. So we can address. This is called tower.tools.uid. Or for example, tower.tools.now. It's the time. Or tower.server.name. It allows you to get access to the name of the current server. We'll show you later. Then the secret keys. Yes, variables is fine, but what about some sensitive data? For example, GitHub token. You need to clone the repo, and you don't want to store it in the variable. It's not the best way to do. So for that, we have developed the secret keys, and there are 2 different types of them. The first one are the SSH ones. It's using the same model. It's sharing the same model. It's just a little bit different in approach. So SSH key, everybody knows what that. And secrets. Secrets are same as variable, but it's designed for inline usage. The main difference is when you're rendering and previewing some code or file or everything, you can see the render code, but the secrets are not rendered. They are rendered directly before the command execution. Okay, and log cleanup. Yeah, so we have implemented log cleanup. Why? Because if you have submitted some secret data in your secret keys, you would like to clean up them from log. This is how GitHub works, I think so, yeah. Okay, what next? Files. Well, files are everywhere. They're everywhere. They're in the configuration, they're in logs. So basically, we need the file management system, which we have. It's using SFTP. And we have 2 principal file sources. So the first one is server. So this is something like, for example, server log. Yes, you have this file initially on your remote server, and you would like to say, okay, Tower, I want this file to be in my system. So I'm saying this file is located there, and now I want to mirror it in Tower to see it in the log or for whatever reason. And the second type is Tower files, the second source. Those are files which are initially based in Tower. For example, Docker file. Yes, you are using Docker, or I don't know, Kubernetes, whatever you are using, and you are managing this file from Tower. So you are putting all the data there and then upload it and manage it from Tower. So that's the Tower source. File types. 2 different types. We have 2 different types. Text, self-explanatory. Configuration, logs, this is text. However, for example, you would like to, I don't know, upload some kitten images or database backup or whatever you want. And for that, we have binary file support, which are being treated as binary files. That's the difference. File templates, what's that? Suppose you are managing like 100 servers and let's say 50 of them share the same Docker file. So basically, you can create those files automatically from template, and then at some point you say, oh, I need to update all those files simultaneously. For that, you can simply modify the template, and voila, everything is updated. You can also unlink those files from template. Yes, later. For example, you are modifying a file for a specific server. You don't want it to be managed by template any longer. If you modify it, it will be automatically unlinked from template. It will be no longer managed. So predefined settings, and yes, variables. Variables are everywhere. Yes, you can use variables in file content, like, for example, Docker file, because we're using Jinja for templating. That's the Python library. And also in file name and path, which allows you to do it really flexible. Yes, so location and now comments. So yes, comments. Let's talk about comments. These are the main driving force of the system. So we have several command actions, which I will tell. Run an SH command on a remote server. Okay, rm/rf, that's it. Then, but that's not the only thing, yes? We have so-called Python commands. What's that? Basically, Odoo is Python. And for example, for some situations, you don't want to use SSH, or you don't need to use SSH. Okay, we are deploying servers on AWS, and I can use API. I don't need to run it with the SSH. So I can simply run this Python code inside Python, and it will call the API and do everything. For that, we have modified a little bit this server action environment. We exported request library and a lot of stuff. We'll see it later. And then the third thing is something looks a little bit weird, but it's used, it cannot be run as a separate standalone command. It's been used in the flight plans, which we'll talk about a little bit later. You are running some sequence of the command, and at some moment, okay, you have a command that builds your image from Docker file, but you need to upload the Docker file. And at some point, you can get this command, say, this is the template, create a file, a Docker file on the remote server using this. Now, command wizard. Okay, you can open server, click, and run a command. Basically, you can select a command, or you can simply type any code there, and it will execute. But that's limited by the security access rules. Okay, and variables. In code, in default path, because SSH commands can be executed at different locations, so you can also put the path where you would like it to be executed. And secrets, yes. So you can use secrets here in code. Command logs, that are logs of the command. You can see the result. Okay, flight plans. I think somebody is familiar with aviation and knows what the flight plan is. For those who are not, well, this is a sequence of the actions I would like to undertake while in my flight, yes? So basically, this is a sort of scripts which has those commands arranged, and you can also put your conditions there. It's condition-based flow. So the first is the Python condition which is being checked before this command is executed. For example, you can check, okay, if this variable is set, then execute this command. Then there is a post-run actions, which can do something after the command has finished. For example, if the command has finished with exit code -2, then ignore it and run the next command. Custom execution paths. You can modify the execution path of your command in the flight plan. So by default, it's, for example, executed in your home folder, but in this flight plan, it's executed in the OPT folder. And then flow modifications. The flight plans actually have custom on-your-own behavior. So if the flight plan fails, then you can do some action on that. And you can say, if I want this command to flight plan to be allowed to run in parallel. So for example, if you are erasing your hard drive, probably you don't want this to happen in parallel. But if you are checking your, I don't know, your data or doing some log check, then you can run it in parallel. So you can define if it's allowed or not. And flight plan logs. Now, server logs. And before we'll go there, probably somebody is thinking, okay, what technology is used by Tower? I would say there is no technology used by Tower. You can use any what you like. So, okay, somebody is a master of Kubernetes, somebody is the ninja of Docker, somebody is a bash king, and okay, so we are building the tool which allow you to use any tool. And for that, we need to be flexible with logs. So what we have done, we have created such model which allows you to link your logs to some sources. So the principle is file. For example, I have access log on my remote server. I would like to link it to Tower, and then it's a file log. And then another thing is a command. So when the log is the result of some command which being executed. It can be a Python command, it can be an SSH command, any. Like if you are not using SSH, you are using API only, you would like to call an API, get the logs, and here we go. Now, okay, creating servers is fancy, but probably we can do it even easier. Yes, so what we have here, we have server templates. What's that? Basically, you would like to bootstrap your system really fast. Okay, I would to deploy my Odoo. Yes, basically I can go there, create a new server, say, okay, this is my SSH, this is my variable, blah, blah, blah. It takes time. Or you can create a predefined template, which will have all those configuration parameters. Click create new server, there will be a wizard, and you have a server. So connection setting, configuration variables, and server logs can be defined inside the template. You don't need to put them for server. Yes, and the most important thing, then you can also specify a flight plan in the template. So for example, the template will create a server and then run that flight plan for you. I'm deploying, I don't know, my WordPress. Those are the settings. Then I would like to run this flight plan and create a server on DigitalOcean, register on Cloudflare, and so on and so on. Now, a little bit of technical stuff for developers. We are also wanted to make this tool really user-friendly and developer-friendly for those who are using automated actions, server actions, scheduled actions. So we have created some helpers which allows you to use those shortcuts without a need to study the code. So they are stored in the special model which is called ChatMix Tower, and for example, you can create from template. So basically you can run a server action or automated action which will create a server from template, and you can put all the server properties inside that command, like Odoo version and all that stuff. And in Python commands, in the tower commands, it will look like this. Why? Because this is exported in this, yes, in the Python commands. So it's easy. You say, okay, tower server create from template. Then we have also this special variable which is called server. It allows you to access the current server. It's same to record, yes, which you have in the automated actions, but more user-friendly because it's server and it has all the properties. And we also have requests for those who are using APIs. That's mandatory. There are some other, I think, libraries for that. Now, this project is not released yet. It's important. Yes, we were developing for ourselves, and some people have seen, oh, we would like to use it. So we are using it internally, yes. And it's developing for 2 years, and features are born based on our requests, yes. So we have a lot of things in mind. We have a lot of features in development. I will make some spoiler here. So nested flight plans allows you to call one flight plan from the other flight plan. And it's quite handy. You will see why a little bit later. Then we have YAML support, which was requested. For example, there are people who have seen this project said, wow, I don't know what Odoo is, but it looks interesting, yes? So we would like to exchange those flight plans and commands. I want to simply export it in YAML, edit it in some editor, like I can create a flight plan in YAML and import it back and use it, yes? That would be really handy, and that's what we are working on as well. API, that's crucial. So right now we have already a lot of automation built in. We are working on the API. I think it will be based on FAST API. We are using OCA model. We will be using OCA model for that. Probably we'll have two, a FAST API, GraphQL, but you are welcome to contribute. And Tower Jets. So what's Tower Jets? Actually, it's something close to instances. So right now we have servers. And let's say I would like to run several Odoo instances on the same physical server. At the moment, what I need to do, I need to duplicate it because the connection will remain the same, but the variables will be different. Yes, so yes, it's possible, but it's not so handy. We want to add some abstract entity on top of it, which is something like Kubernetes pod, but we are not reinventing the wheel here. Yes, something similar to that, but not that. It will be Jets. And a lot of more. So let's do some summary here. So once again, what Tower is? Security. Why security? We are striving to that. Yes, basically the main goal which we are trying to achieve is to allow everybody install it in your own server and use it. Yes, so if you don't like Odoo, you probably need to build your own one. So you can do it with Tower. Not so convenient at the moment, but with the help of the community, I think it will be really feasible. Then flexibility. So it's not based on some technology. So some people use Docker, some people don't use Docker, some people use Kubernetes, and there will be a great talk after that, I think, yes. And some people hate Kubernetes. So we are not saying you must use this tool. No, you can use any tool, yes. So basically it's your choice. Then Odoability. Odoability means that I want it inside Odoo. Yes, there are a lot of server management tools. They are great, powerful. But I'm using Odoo. I don't want to switch from here to here and then, okay, build some API. I just want to have everything inside my Odoo. And usability. Yeah, so basically, once again, we are not technical guys. Okay, we were not technical guys, and we would like to have something really handy here. Now, about versions. You say, okay, Ivan, where is the money? Yeah, so how we are going to earn money? And that's the question which Celine was talking about yesterday. So basically, yes, nothing new here. So there are 2 editions, and the community version, which is open source, AGPL, all core features. So we are not doing like Odoo. Okay, this is something, but probably you need to install enterprise. No, everything goes in the core, and that's our principle, which we keep. And community support. So it's open source, go there and use it. Then we have a pro version. We are not one important thing, it's not an enterprise version, because we consider this project enterprise at all, yes, from the very beginning. So it's a pro version. The pro version is more about convenience. It doesn't mean that this basic module is shit and you cannot use it, because I'm using basic, pro is in the development, but it gives you some perks. If you are using it for 20, 30 servers, you probably don't need it at all. So vendor support, this is me and my team. And extra features, they are not the core features. So it doesn't mean that it will not work until you install this pro version. No, it will work, but some usability, maybe some widgets, some JavaScript and all that stuff. And customer portal, that's an important thing. We have a customer portal which allows you to onboard your external customers. For example, okay, I have a customer, he would like to see what's happening with my server. Probably I need to log in and check my logs. He can do this with the customer portal. Now, as I mentioned, open source, yes, and you will probably say, okay, Ivan, you're saying open source, where is it? When? And here is George. George, please, yes, welcome, George. George will push that button. Push that button. Yeah, he will push the button and the repo will become open source. Okay, it will be. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, no, okay, now or in 5 minutes, let's say so. Now about the roadmap. What are our plans? So right now we are at Odoo 14. Why? Because we have started in May 2022. So basically, you know, Fabian is trying to push all that fancy stuff every year, but we are not on the same page. We need stability, we need something that really working well. So we are not going to switch from version to version while the project is still in development phase. It's not released. And the official release date probably will be November 2022, or 2024, I'm sorry, unless some people will say, oh, we have an idea of some cool feature, let's do it in 14. Yeah, so basically we want to freeze. We are really close to the MVP, really close, so most of the features are there. We want to freeze it and to start working on the next version, which will be 16. Yes, so I hope this year we will have 16. Why? Because we are going to implement some widgets also in the community version, not in the pro, and we need 16 for that. So 14 will be supported, we are not going to drop it. Then we are planning to go 18, yes, and you see, okay, where is 15 and 17? And I say, okay, guys, welcome to contribute. Yes, so you can fork, you can open a PR. Why? Because frankly speaking, I don't like this rally. Yes, we don't want to push some shit there because there is enough in the App Store. Yeah, so basically we would like to focus on quality, and this is a server management system, which is important. Yes, we need to focus on quality here. So questions, and yes, the first question, where can I get it? This is, meanwhile, let me check something. Ba-bam. Wow, thank you, Stefan. That was your guts of presentation. So as you see, there is a message. Flight plan installed on the was finished successfully. So what happened while we was talking here? So basically, when I click the button, this automated action was triggered. Yes. So basically, it's quite simple. Okay, you can master your own, and I will publish everything later on the website. So everything will be available, and you can check it. So nothing special here. If it's sale or the version, you know, we get it from the name of the sale line, and here we have configuration variables. You see, you can provide and you can override those configuration variables. Or the version, this one, instance name, Hetzner location, because I was using Hetzner for the demo, and instances, everything can be provided here. Now, here is the flight plan, which was used, and actually, what did it do? So the first one, we used this template. You see, this is a template which called install Docker or Hetzner. It has predefined variables, Hetzner location, image, and 17. However, I think we went with 16, yes, as far as I remember. Okay, so, and also it has server logs. I added some logs here, so why not? Then a new server was created here, and the name of the server was taken from the sales order. We are going to the server, and it's, I think, cell order 16, yes? So basically, it's here. Yeah, probably I need some strong, more powerful glasses here. Okay, so here in general settings, you see, the key was taken here, also provided from the template. The IP address was automatically substituted by the one provided by Hetzner, and configuration was populated here. You see, we also have Hetzner server ID here, which is populated, and all the stuff and all the version. So basically, the instance name is like this one. So let's check it together. Chatmix.com. Ba-bam. Ba-bam. Okay. No. Too early. Let's check together. But thank you. So, okay, now you see the name. Yes, basically, I need this master password. So where do I have it? I will show you where I have it. You see, you don't have it here in the variables, yes? And you don't have it here in the secrets. So in this case, we have variable, and this is called password, yes? Don't do this at home, please, yes? It is just for demo. You see, this is a global variable. So basically, because I have not submitted any password in my flight plan, in my settings, I just used system, took the global one, yes? So the master password, the database mail. So, wow, such much OCA. And very strong username and very strong password and some demo data for you. Come on. Okay, hope it works. So, yes, those are variables. So basically, there are special technical menus. You see those variables, variable values for different instances. And you remember I was talking about nested variables. Here they are. Yes, so basically, I can define my backup location, then instance name, and it will be composed like this way. So what happened when this automation action started? It ran this flight plan, install Odoo Hetzner. And it's quite big. Now let's go a little bit through it. I hope we have time. Yes or no? Okay, so you see, this is the condition. So create Hetzner on server on Hetzner only if Hetzner server ID is not defined. So if it's defined, it will not be triggered. Also, check Hetzner running will be triggered only if this ID is provided. Otherwise, no need to check it. Then, for example, add user to Docker group. We don't need to use the user if he is root. Yes, so basically, and you remember I was talking about those system variables. Yes, you see this variable. It says tower server username, which means that is the username of this particular server, which is being this flight plan is being run on. Now, what we have here, instance URL. Okay. Now, something else about automations. You see, there is a post-run action. So basically, what you can do here, you can say, okay, if exit code is not equal to 0, then I can run the next command. And if I edit here, it will show a little bit more. Remove Odoo container. So it allows you to define different actions. And important thing, not only you can do some action here, okay, if more than, I don't know, something, welcome to Apple Music. Yeah, that's a cool condition, why not? Why not Apple Music? Good try, anyway. So, and you can add variables. So these variables will be set if this condition is met automatically for you. It gives you some flexibility here if you are building your flow based on variables. What else should I make? So for example, you remember I told you about files, and actually here they are. So you can do a lot of things here and a lot of upload Odoo Nginx configuration. And this is a command which says, okay, action is create file using template, yes? And file template is this one, okay? And then you can also specify the path and all that stuff here. Don't worry, I will open source it later. It's, unless George has done it already. Okay, so that is. Actually, there are a lot of things to show and a lot of things to check. I'm not sure if we have enough time for that. We don't have, so probably you'll have some questions. So you can go with them. Yeah, please. While we are going for questions, oh, yes. You see, it's enterprise. Why? You say, oh, what? Kikatsu, eh? Why enterprise? I will say you why, because I wanted to show you that you can also clone private repos. Yes, not only public repos, but also private, because enterprise, at least as far as I know, it's private, yeah? And we are using, thank you to Axon, we are using Git aggregator, we are using a lot of Axon tools, so basically we are using Click Odoo. But once again, you can use any tool. This is just because they're really great and we really appreciate them, so we are using Git aggregator. But it doesn't mean that you must use it. Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you very much for. Thank you very much for this great presentation. So I see you integrated some new stuff like Ansible and Terraform. Is it why was the decision to don't reuse these technologies?
I beg your pardon, I cannot hear you. Come on here, tell me. No, I'm sorry because I can.
Thank you for this great presentation. So I saw you implement some flight plan which executes commands.
Yes.
Yes, and the question from my side was why you don't reuse Terraform or Ansible? Is there a reason for that, or like these technologies? Because you can define already some playbooks or something like that and test it outside from Odoo, because I think it's not easy to test or debug.
I will tell you. First of all, I hardly know what's that. Yes, Terraform, I've heard of it. Ansible playbooks, I learned them 1 year in development. I am not a developer, you know. I'm an Odoo guy. So I want everything in my Odoo. Yes, for example, we are using Grafana for monitoring. Yes, it's an outside server and it's integrated in Tower with the external calls. But I wanted everything to be in Tower. Why? For non-technical people. Yes, there are tools. We don't want to reinvent wheel. This is some option. Yes, so basically, if you are happy with Terraform, I'm not saying you need to drop it. But we wanted to have everything in Odoo. Why? Because we also can benefit from the Odoo infrastructure. For example, like server environment modules. We are using some OCA modules. We are using job queue, but it's not mandatory. There is another module which implements the queue for that, yes? So basically, it allows you to integrate it really deep inside Odoo. That's the answer.
Okay, yeah.
I will go back if you don't mind it.
First, I want to say very impressive deck. Like it's a beautiful project, and I'm pretty enthusiastic about it.
Thank you so much.
But basically, my question is like, how is there a way to version the code that you have for server management? So let's say, is there a way I can put that Python code that I saw in Odoo outside of Odoo, and like in Git or something like that, so I'm able to kind of keep track of the changes?
Yes, you remember I told about YAML support, yes?
Yeah.
So that's one of the cases. Absolutely the same question came from one of our testers who was testing this project, yes? So they said, we want to store it in Git. So yes, with the YAML support, we will have flight plans being exported and imported, and you can use this versioning. Also for Python, once again, you are welcome to contribute, yes? So basically, if you have experience with that, because we don't. Sorry, we don't. Was that the answer?
Great answer.
Thank you so much. Any other questions here? Okay. That's the link. Thank you very much. if you have any questions, if you want to have a look at this, you can catch me up later. I will be here and at Odoo Experience. So. Okay, it's your turn.
Yep. Thank you. You okay? I think I'm fine. Where's the computer? There. Can you give me something? HDMI. No. Yeah. J'ai pas mon port HDMI. Stéphane? 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 T'as pas un port HDMI à me dépanner? J'ai pas pensé à ça. Il est dans mon sac en haut. Merci. Yeah, but my F11 is taking screenshots.
You can go on this separate icon on the right side and then the menu. Yeah. And then select down to zoom and on the right corner. Yeah, except
This?
this. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, hello everyone and welcome to this talk. My name is Quentin. I've been working at Axon as an Odoo developer for the past 6 years now. And I had the opportunity to work with a wide variety of customers. And some of those customers had needs for an e-commerce solution. So together with my colleagues, we fulfilled their needs with the help of ShopInvader. And I will talk to you a bit more about that today. This presentation will be split into 2 parts. So first, we will have a look at the possible solution for doing e-commerce with Odoo. Of course, I'll detail a bit more the ShopInvader solutions. And in the second part, I will try to guide you to choose the ShopInvader modules that you need to set up your first e-commerce API.
Sorry. But you people didn't miss anything. I was just introducing this presentation. So if we're talking about Odoo and e-commerce, probably the first thing that should come to your mind is the standard solution, the Odoo e-commerce application. We'll talk about that in a minute. Then we'll take a step back out of the Odoo ecosystem and see what dedicated e-commerce softwares are offering. And finally, we'll talk about ShopInvader, why and how. So, if you're using Odoo, the Odoo e-commerce application is certainly the fastest and the easiest way to set up an e-commerce website. It has great customization tool with the website editor. It is quite cheap as well. It has a lot of features. Overall, it's a good tool. But there are cases where you might feel limited by this solution. I will give you a few examples. First, and in my opinion, mainly, if you need to scale big and work with huge catalog of products, you may experience problems with performances, because Odoo is not at the core meant for searching a huge amount of records and to provide fast search in those set of records. Also, maybe your Odoo instance is already quite slow, and there are a lot of running tasks in background that may slow down your website. And the other way around, if you have a lot of traffic on your website, you may experience some slowness in your Odoo instance. There are also other possibilities, other reasons why you wouldn't want to work with the Odoo standard solution.
for example, it's a pretty good practice to separate the life cycle of your different applications. So that, for example, if tomorrow the next Odoo version has great features for the e-commerce, and you would like to benefit from those features, that means that you have to migrate your whole Odoo instance. Maybe you don't have the time, the money to migrate your whole Odoo now, and so you cannot benefit from those new features, etc. That's just an example, but generally speaking, separating life cycles of your different applications offers a lot more comfort. Also, you maybe have a customer which already has a website and a lot of tools, a CMS and so on, to support good infrastructure to support this website. You just want to add an e-commerce part to this website. Then working with this Odoo application won't allow him to use the CMS and the tools he already has. And finally, also a quick word about security. For example, at Axon, we have this example of a customer which is public administration. And for them, there is completely no way that they would agree to expose the ERP over the internet. And if you work with this application, you have to expose the Odoo because that's Odoo. But anyway, if you need to go quickly for cheap and you don't have a huge catalog of products and you have quite basic needs, this application is really great and you will have great benefits from working with it. On the other hand, if you need more complex, more advanced features and so on, you might get interested in looking at what are doing the e-commerce dedicated softwares. There you have a bit of everything really. You have things that look a lot like the Odoo e-commerce applications, and on the other end you have really more complex solutions. Some don't offer the website editors, but have really advanced features, and most importantly, dedicated architecture for e-commerce, so that it offers great performances, good scaling, and so on. Although the price can get quite expensive, and also the main trouble you will have is to integrate it with Odoo, certainly. Because at the end of the day, you want your sale to end up in Odoo. You want to be able to make your accounting and reporting and so on in Odoo. And with those tools, you will need a mechanism to synchronize your e-commerce sales with Odoo. So first of all, you need to synchronize. So you will have duplicated logic and data in your Odoo and your e-commerce solution. For example, let's talk about the discount computing. Computing the discount can be complex. You can have a lot of rules, and the computation can be quite difficult. If you make a sale in Odoo, Odoo will compute the price of your products according to the discounts, and that's it. If you want to have exactly the same price in your Odoo e-commerce, good luck. If your price computation is complex, good luck, because first you need to replicate the logic that you already have at one place in Odoo, and you have to do exactly the same in your software, e-commerce software. And to make it correctly and make it work the same way, you will need a lot of tweaking. It will cost time and effort to achieve that. But it's still possible, and this is also a solution that you can really go for, because those tools offer really great features and good performances. And then a few years ago, we came up with this solution, which is Shop Invader, when we wanted to try to get the best of the both worlds. So we wanted a dedicated architecture that will support and provide good performances and good scaling and so on. But we wanted to work with Odoo and with the Odoo records and Odoo models. So that in Shop Invader, the addresses of the customers, they are REST partners. The payment providers, the delivery carrier, and so on, everything comes from Odoo. And most importantly, your shopping cart is a sell order. And that means a lot, because when you will add products, you will add lines to your sell orders, and you will benefit from all the features, all the computation from Odoo. You will easily compute the prices with the discounts. You will be able to manage the stocks. You will be able to invoice your sale and pay the invoice or the sale, etc., etc. Now I will explain a bit more what it looks like a Shop Invader project. This is an example of a possible architecture. This is generally how it looks like at Axon. We have variations depending on the customers, but this is the idea of the main components we put together to provide this solution. If we look at the role of Odoo in this architecture, Odoo does three things. First, and mainly, it provides an API for the front end. So that when from the front end you want to create a cart and add some products, it will call the Odoo API. When it needs to get the delivery address of the customer, you will get it from the API, and so on. A few words about this API. First, we wanted to make it work. We wanted to be able to have a front end that can keep running if your Odoo instance is down because of a crash of a maintenance or whatever. Your customer will still be able to play with your website and add products to the cart. The only moment they will be blocked is at checkout time, because then you need to push some data to Odoo to create the sell order and confirm it, etc., and make the payments, etc. That you cannot do if your Odoo instance is down, but otherwise you can still use your website. That's the first thing. Also, during this last year, we've migrated Shop Invader to the version 16, and we did not only migrate the Shop Invader, we also did a lot of refactoring. So first we get rid of some code that was a bit too complex, and we wanted to make Shop Invader easier to understand and to discover for newcomers as well. And we introduced some new tools like Fast API that we are using now that allow us to reduce massively the amount of code to validate automatically all the data and to auto-generate the documentation, so that you're just coding and then Fast API will provide the documentation so that your front-end developer can easily know what is expected from the API and what the API expects from its call. So I can show you a couple of examples of tools we have now in Shop Invader to ease the work of the front-end developer that must interact with. Maybe if I have time at the end of this presentation, I will show you a couple of things. That was the first thing Odoo is doing. Second, and really important as well, Odoo exports the catalog of products to a search engine. A search engine is a kind of database that is designed and meant for providing quick search. And this is completely appropriate for this use case of an e-commerce website. And thirdly, if you want to, we usually are doing it at Axon, is to export the media files, typically the product images, to a CDN, also to fasten the rendering of your website. By the way, I'm talking a lot about the performances. Performances are really key in the world of e-commerce. If your website is slow, it will be less promoted by Google. The less Google promotes your website, the less customers visit your website, and the less sale you make. So this is really important And this is why we are stressing this kind of architecture that allows us to provide great performances. So the front end, call the API to push and get data from Odoo, get the product catalog from the search engine, get the images from the CDN. If you want, you can add a CMS to manage the content of your website. And also, you'll need an identity and access manager, something like Keycloak, for example, that will handle the account of the customers and the authentication. If you go fully anonymous, you don't need this, but otherwise you need a solution for the customers' accounts. A couple of things to note. Also, we have a project with it, which is called Shop Invader Nuxt.js template. That is a Nuxt.js template to help you get started if you want to build your front end from scratch using Nuxt.js. There you have already everything you need to communicate with the API that will help you get started really easily. And also I want to insist that this is an example. At the end, Shop Invader is an API. You can do whatever you want with this API. I know, for example, at Accretion, they have customers that are using dedicated softwares for e-commerce, and they're doing this synchronization part that I talked about earlier with the help of some parts of the Shop Invader API. So this is really versatile, and you can use it however you like. So you see here that we get this architecture dedicated for great performances. We are using Odoo records directly. This is at the cost of a little of setup. You have things to set up and configure, as you see. You have a front end to develop. But once you're done with this first part, you have a really great solution for your e-commerce website that will work great and will give you a lot of benefits. That's it for the first part about e-commerce and Shop Invader. Now we'll see how to start with an e-commerce website. I identified 4 core features of an e-commerce website. You need a product catalog to display the products to the potential customers. They should be able to search this catalog, filter it, etc. Then you need a cart management system so that they can add and remove products to their cart. A payment gateway, because at the end you want to get the money from your customers. And you need something for shipping, except if you're selling, I don't know, digital stuff or services or whatever. In most cases, you need to deliver the goods to your customers. So if we look at the product catalog, you typically want a kind of page like this on your website with a list or a mosaic of products and some search bar and filters. You can filter on materials, colors, etc. For this, you will need those 5 Shop Invader modules. They're all about search engine, of course, because this is where we will export the product catalog. The first and main module is Shop Invader Search Engine. This one will allow you to export the product and the categories to the search engine. Then, in my opinion, almost mandatory is the search engine update, so that when you edit your product, the system will catch that and will recompute and re-export the search engine binding of this product, so that your products are always up to date and look on your website exactly like they look in Odoo. To add the URL of the images, you have Shop Invader Search Engine image, Shop Invader Search Engine product price. This is an example of something you can use to add the price to your product. You can imagine many ways to compute and get the prices. This is the most simple way. You just configure a price list, and then all the prices of your products will be computed based on this price list. But if you have more complex needs, yes, you can look for other modules or develop your own module for the price. And finally, you need a mechanism to decide what products should appear on your website and what products should not appear. For that, you have, for example, Shop Invader search engine assortments. So you will work with domain and link some product assortments to your search engine index. You can also work with sales channel. This is another way, and then you put products in sales channels and link the sales channels to the search engine index. Or you can also imagine your own mechanism, but those two mechanisms are already available for Shop Invader. If we look at the cart management, you only need one module, Shop Invader API Cart. It will allow you to add and remove products to your cart and proceed to checkout. My colleague Marie Lejeune gave a presentation about this API last year here. And so you can find it online. I will give you also the link at the end of this presentation. If you want if you're curious about this API and all the features, you can go check this presentation as well. For the payments, you will need Shop Invader API payment card that will allow you to pay a card, and Shop Invader API payment provider something. Here I put Stripe. You also have SIPs or other payment providers. You can add your own payment providers modules if you need to. The only restriction is that it should be payment provider supported by Odoo, of course. And finally, for delivery, Shop Invader API address will allow you to get and update the addresses of the customers, delivery addresses, invoicing address. And Shop Invader API delivery carrier will allow you to choose amongst the available delivery carriers in Odoo and compute the delivery price and so on. So that's it. That was 10 modules. That's all you need to build your first API that will already have a lot of features and that can support your first e-commerce website. Now, once you have played a bit with those modules and you feel comfortable with Shop Invader, of course, we have a lot more to offer. We have many modules with a lot of features. You have modules for computing loyalty programs and coupons, for example. You have modules for wish list. If you want to add a contact form that create a lead in your Odoo, you have something for that also. You have things for cross-selling. You have many things. A lot of features that you usually see on e-commerce websites are available thanks to those modules. Yeah, this presentation comes slowly to an end. I just wanted to mention that the screenshots you've seen in my presentation were taken from websites that are done with Shop Invader at Axon. Here are two examples. If you want to see what a Shop Invader e-commerce website looks, you can go to WooKids or Tonic. If you want more references, I have more as well. You have link to the repository, the Next.js template, which I told you about, and the presentation of my colleague Marie. And finally, I just wanted to give up to thumbs up to our friends at Accretion, Cam2Cam, ForceFlow, and all the community members that help us to build, improve, and expand Shop Invader over the years. Thank you. I see that I went a bit fast, so I have still a couple of minutes, I think. I can quickly just show you those tools that I talked about that will help the front-end developer work with Shop Invader. with Fast API, you have this kind of interface where you can see all the schemas of the API, and you can try some requests to the API on the left side. And on the right side, you see also that in Odoo, on the index record, we store the definition of the index that is for the bindings that are exported to the search engine. And so you can see all you can expect from those bindings in your search engine. Does anyone have questions?
You talked about the search engine. What's the tech powering said search engine, or is it of your choosing?
We are working, at Axon we are working with two of them, which are OpenSearch or Elasticsearch. They use the same template. That's the OpenSearch standard. Yeah?
If you update, for instance, the attributes of the products in the Odoo backend. Sorry, if you... I don't know. Okay, if you update the products, the attributes of the products in the Odoo backend, is there any issues on like the recency of those reflected in the search engine then? I mean, does it take considerable time to move all the attributes to the search engine, or is that done comparably fast?
The best configuration is, we're using cron jobs for that. The best configuration is cron jobs that are running every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes we recompute the bindings that are set to be recomputed. So that when you modify your product, instantly your binding is set to be true recompute. Then the job runs every 5 minutes and get all those bindings marked to recompute them, and we have another jobs that runs also every 5 minutes, and that take all the bindings that are to export. So once they are recomputed, they go into the state to export, and this second job export them, and that is really fast. And it's up to your own configuration as well. We have 5 minutes jobs, but that's how we want.
But in that regard, it pretty much depends on the amount of changes you do in the Odoo backend, how effectively that works, right? I mean, if you have 60,000 products and change a lot of attributes on all that products, then even the 5 minutes may not suffice to put everything in the search engine, right?
Yeah, then your job will take time running.
Yeah.
But it's okay. We don't. This is not an issue we really have. It's reasonable time.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So hello everybody. So welcome to this talk about deploy Odoo with Kubernetes. So yeah, first off, if you have some questions during the presentation, you can put them directly on the pad of the Millau room, which is available on the link that you can find on the screen. First, yes, a short introduction about myself. So my name is Adrien Peifer, I'm 32. I'm project and technical lead at Axon, and I'm Odoo developer since version 7. That's enough about me. So the summary of this presentation. So first, we will take a look at how Kubernetes works and what is Kubernetes to help us to understand this presentation as well as possible. And then we will look at the situation in which Kubernetes can be beneficial for the deployment, or where Kubernetes may not be the appropriate solution for deploying Odoo. And finally, the most interesting part of this presentation, only my opinion, will be how to deploy Odoo on a Kubernetes cluster. What are the various components that make it possible? And we will deploy Odoo together on a local Kubernetes cluster. That was for the summary. So let's move on to the next part of this presentation about what is Kubernetes. And before Kubernetes, we have the concept of containerization. So what is containerization? Basically, it's very simple. So containerized applications are applications that runs in an isolated runtime environment called containers. And those containers encapsulate an application with all its dependencies. So on the screen, you have the example of the Odoo image. So there is an official Odoo image, which is available on the Docker Hub. And this image encapsulates the Odoo application itself and some dependencies. I say some because the PostgreSQL server, for example, it's not included in the image. But all other dependencies are included, like WK-HTML, Node, npm-less, and so on. And the advantages of the containerization are numerous. The most important being its portability. So with this kind of thing, it's very easy to move an image from an environment to another one. And its speed of deployment as well. This is for the basic understanding of what is containerization. So now move on about what is Kubernetes. Here, the definition of Kubernetes itself from kubernetes.io. So Kubernetes is a portable, extensible open source platform for managing it's quite difficult to say, containerized workloads and services that facilitates both declarative configuration and automation. So this is very simple, but there is some important keywords that we will discuss during this presentation. And now, if we take a diagram to illustrate that, in fact, it's not very complicated. It's just a matter of containers running inside pods. Pods is just a logical Kubernetes entity. And those pods runs on nodes, which can be a virtual machine, for example. So it's just some kind of logical component that will allow Kubernetes to deploy a container on a node. And those pods runs in the context of a namespace. Some pods can be accessed from outside the cluster using services and ingresses. That was for the basic understanding of what Kubernetes is. So let's move on to the next part of this presentation. Why or why not? I will start with a disclaimer. It's just my personal opinion. So I don't want to say you have to deploy Odoo with Kubernetes for that or that reason, or you have not because of that or that. At the end of the day, it remains a matter of taste and a matter of affinity you have with Kubernetes, with the containerization and so on. And at the end of the day, which is very important to evaluate the return on investment. First, why not? In case of a single environment or a single Odoo instance, Kubernetes may not be the most appropriate solution, at least in terms of setup cost. Because the learning curve may be too high if you don't need, for example, high availability. We will talk about high availability later. But if it's possible for you to wait a certain amount of time to have Odoo running after a disaster, for example, it's not a problem. In this case, Odoo Kubernetes may be not the most appropriate solution. Another important point is there is some tools to set up alongside a Kubernetes cluster. For example, the logs, you can access the logs during the run of the pod. But if you want to consult the history of the logs, you have to put in place something to grab and to access log. And for sure, this is represent a setup and a maintenance cost. And finally, this is something to learn. So even it's not that terrible, we will see together, we will see all files that make it possible to deploy Odoo very easily on a Kubernetes cluster, but you have to learn. So if you don't have time to learn, it's a matter of priority, but if you don't have time, perhaps this is not the appropriate choice. That's for the why not part. And now, why? For those reasons, more or less. If we need, for example, high availability, or if we need to have a low RTO, recovery time objective, in terms of resiliency. We have with Kubernetes self-healing mechanism that enable us to redeploy an application if something went wrong on a node, for example. So if we have a crash on a node, Kubernetes will try to reschedule the pod, the container, on another node. Another point is, if you have a large number of environments, it's possible to have fairly grained security level. So for example, if you want to give access to that environment or to that person or that team, it's totally possible without giving the full access to the cluster. Another point is, with Kubernetes, everything is deployed using manifest, so written in file, in fact. So everything is written on file, on manifest, and so we can publish those files on a source control. In addition to that, it can be easily deployed using CI/CD tools. As everything is written, if you have a CI/CD tools that can access to this file and have access to the cluster, everything can be done automatically by the CI/CD tool. And finally, last but not least, it's totally portable. It means today, we will deploy Odoo on my local machine on a Kubernetes cluster. Tomorrow, we can deploy it on a Kubernetes distribution that we can install on bare metal server, for example, or we can deploy it tomorrow on managed services like Azure EKS or AWS EKS, for example. That's for the second part of this presentation. And yeah, at the end of the day, always evaluate the return of investment. And now, the most interesting part of this presentation. How to deploy Odoo with Kubernetes. Is it so terrible? We will answer the question after. We need some components to deploy Odoo on a Kubernetes cluster. As I said, Kubernetes will schedule Odoo pods, so the Odoo container provided by the official image of Odoo, on nodes. So if something went wrong on the node, Kubernetes will reschedule the pod, will reschedule Odoo on another machine. So it's okay for the image itself. But one important thing is we have to keep the access to the data. So basically with Odoo, we have three kinds of data. The data from the database, from PostgreSQL. We have the data for the attachments that are stored on the file system normally. And we have the session users that are stored also on the file system. And we have to keep those data. So if something went wrong on the node, we have to be sure that we will access the attachment, the session, and the PostgreSQL data on another node, for example. So for that, we need some component. So first, for PostgreSQL data, we will use Cloud Native PG, which is a Kubernetes operator that offers a primary standby architecture using the native PostgreSQL replication. This is an operator which is developed by Enterprise DB. And so with that, data can be stored on the node. If we set up the replication, if something went wrong on the node, we have a replication somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. For the attachment, we will use OCA FS attachment add-on based on FSPEC. This allows attachment to be sent to various storage systems like S3 compatible storage, for example, or Azure File, and many others. For the session, thanks to the OCA Session DB add-on, that gives us the possibility to store the session of the users directly in the database. So we solve this issue like that. With all those components, we are ready to deploy Odoo on a Kubernetes cluster. And now take a look at an architecture diagram of an Odoo deployment in a Kubernetes cluster. So it's all components from Kubernetes. So first, we need a deployment. A deployment will ensure with the replica set that we have the number of replicas needed for Odoo. So basically, it will ensure that we have Odoo running somewhere. So we have Odoo running, the container running inside the pod, and the container can be accessed using services internally to the cluster, and the ingresses, such kind of reverse proxy, to access Odoo outside the cluster. What else? We need PostgreSQL, which will run into a pod as well. And we need a persistent volume somewhere to store the data, basically on the disk of the node in this example. And now, let's deploy Odoo on a Kubernetes cluster. And let's take a look on what are the manifests that will allow us to deploy Odoo on a Kubernetes cluster. Yes. So, everything starts from a Docker file. We cannot use the image provided by Odoo like that because, as I said, we need additional modules. SessionDB, FS attachment. So we will build our own Odoo image, but with no more change. So we build a Docker image from the official image of Odoo, and we will use a requirement.in that contains add-on that we see before, which is basically Odoo add-ons FS attachment and Odoo add-ons SessionDB. And we will install it with pip install thanks to PyPI in which those modules are published. And we will copy an additional script which basically is responsible to initialize the database if it's not yet initialized. It's enough. So we have an Odoo image. At this step, we have an Odoo image to deploy on a Kubernetes cluster. Now, let's take a look on the manifest on the file to create the resources inside the Kubernetes cluster. So first, let's take a look on the PostgreSQL one. This is the YAML file to deploy a PostgreSQL cluster using Cloud Native PG on a Kubernetes cluster. It's a custom resource definition, so it's provided by CNPG. So we will create a resource on of-kind cluster. We give the name of Postgres. And during the bootstrapping of the PostgreSQL cluster, we want to initialize a database. So basically to create an empty database. With the name of Odoo, owner Odoo, and we can add some additional steps. So we will create a database, which is SessionDB, to store the session of the users. and we add an additional permission to Odoo users to allow it to create database. We enable the super user access, so by default when we set up, when we bootstrap a PostgreSQL cluster with Cloud Native PG, the super user access is disabled, but it could be useful, for example, for PG activity to have it enabled. As we will deploy a container, we need an image. So we will use the image of PostgreSQL 16 provided by Cloud Native PG. Just for the demo, I will not push the image, it's download locally on my machine to avoid some network issue. We need one instance of PostgreSQL. So basically no replication, just one primary PostgreSQL in this example. And we can add some additional PostgreSQL parameter that will be pushed on the PostgreSQL configuration. That's all we need to set up a PostgreSQL on a Kubernetes cluster with Cloud Native PG. Now we have to deploy Odoo. So let's take a look first on the deployment resource. So we need to create a deployment that will be responsible to maintain the Odoo pod. With the name of Odoo, one instance of this pod, some match label in order to make the link between the pod and the deployment. When we will push the deployment, the pod will be recreated in this case. And we add the template, so the specification of the pod. So first you add a label to make the link with the deployment and to be able to identify by automated process, for example. We can add some affinity. It's a very interesting concept. So basically, in this case, during the scheduling, I want to deploy Odoo in the same region in which there is a pod, a PostgreSQL pod, which is primary. So we want to deploy Odoo in the same region. After that, we have an init container. Init container is basically something which runs and be completed before the starting of the real container. Basically, in this case, it's just to run the script to initialize the database, if it's not yet initialized, for sure. So, yes, so the Odoo init for the name of this init container. We will use the image which is built with the Docker file that we see before. Same thing for image pool policy, never for this demo to avoid to download it from internet. And we run the script that we see before. And we can define some environment variable for this container. So basically, we define PG user, which is useful for PostgreSQL client to access to the database. And this value, this user will come from a secret automatically created by the CNPG cluster, so which is Postgres app in this way. We need to define Postgres user variable, which is exactly the same, because the Postgres user is needed by the Odoo official image. Same for PG password and Postgres password as well. And we can define some other environment variables. That comes from a config map. This is another Kubernetes resource. In this config map, we can find, for example, dbhost, which is used for Odoo itself. And we use Postgres RW here. Basically, this is a service automatically provided by CNPG. DB port, this one is used for the Odoo official image, PostgreSQL client, PostgreSQL client as well, and the session DB URI for the connection with the database that manages the session. Let's go back to the deployment now. So we have after the container in which Odoo will run on. We use the same image, same thing for image policy. We will use the same environment from the init container. It's exactly the same value. That's a YAML syntax that allows us to reuse the previous part. And we define here some limit and requests that are concepts for managing resources by Kubernetes, just to avoid to have warning in my presentation here. And we expose some ports, which are the ports that you probably know. In addition to that, we add a readiness probe to be sure Odoo is properly running on the port. That's for the deployment. So after that, we will be able to see that we have a pod running inside a Kubernetes cluster with Odoo inside. But we need to expose those ports. First, internally inside the cluster. For that, we need a very simple service of type cluster IP. Basically, this service will expose the Odoo port inside the cluster. After that, to expose Odoo outside the cluster, we will use ingress. So we need an ingress configuration to expose the port from the service to a local URL. That's all. That's all we need to deploy Odoo on a Kubernetes cluster. This is a very generic configuration. There is no black magic inside, no custom tool. There is just Kubernetes and the official Odoo image that we tune to add some add-ons. And now, we will deploy Odoo on a Kubernetes cluster. We will apply those files. So we have an empty Kubernetes cluster. This is K9s, which is a tool to browse Kubernetes resource. And so we have nothing. Does someone have an idea of the amount of time to deploy PostgreSQL, Odoo, and to have it running and to browse this URL in my local Kubernetes cluster?
1 minute?
Quite optimistic. Anyone else? But okay, it's fair. 1 minute. So let's start. I will apply all files in one time just to avoid to make multiple type of commands. So I use a customization file in this case that have a summary of the file, and I will apply them. So let's take a look. All is applied. PostgreSQL initialization in progress. PostgreSQL initialization done. So PostgreSQL is starting. PostgreSQL is started. Odoo is running. So the initialization of Odoo is running. If we take a look on the logs, initialization in progress. Initialization is done. Odoo is running. Everything is good, so less than 40 seconds to deploy Odoo on a Kubernetes cluster. Let's take a look if we can access to it. Okay, less than 40 seconds to deploy Odoo on a Kubernetes cluster. Questions? I think I will just check if there is some question on the pad from the broadcasting. I think there is no. If someone can give the mic to.
Hello.
Yeah.
First of all, great presentation.
Thank you.
I have many questions. Let's start with one, and then if there are some more, I keep going. First, do you find any benefits with cloud native PG versus just a PG?
With cloud native PG, so the question is if we take any benefits from cloud native PG?
Yeah,
it's a very great tool and very well maintained.
Okay.
So cloud native PG takes care of to set up the native PostgreSQL replication. It's not a custom replication. It will take care of set up the PostgreSQL replication It will take care of the backups. We're using Barman, which is developed by Enterprise DB as well. So yeah, it's a very great tool and very well maintained. Usually when we find a bug in Cloud Native PG, it's already fixed.
Okay, great. Are you using, because we make some similar deployment, but we are using Postgres with our own deployment, just manually, like, and implemented backups also separately. But we have some use cases like duplicating big databases, point-in-time recovery, all that. We don't have it covered. Is it covered on Cloud Native PG? Do you know?
To restore the database?
For example, to duplicate a database, but a heavy one with load, you can call some command to backup, restore.
In fact, on the bootstrapping of the PostgreSQL Cloud Native PG, you can specify that you want to make the bootstrap from a backup, basically.
Okay.
So that's how we do for when we have to restore some environment from production to another environment for UAT and so on. We use the backup, so we bootstrap from the backup, basically. So it's we just to have applied the same resource that we see before, but in the bootstrap section, instead of having initDB, we have recovery, basically, and you have the link to the storage in which we can find the backup.
Perfect. I have some more, but...
I was just wondering if you guys experimented with horizontal auto-scaling with this specific setup, and how well does Odoo handle that type of scaling in that environment?
No, we don't use auto-scaling for our needs. Sorry.
I have one question about the session store in the database.
Yeah.
So you already connected a volume. Why you don't store it there? Is there a performance reason about it?
The question I will. I forgot the mic.
So my question is, you store the session in a database,
yeah,
but you have already a shared volume. My question is, why you don't use this volume for the sessions? Is it a performance reason or?
No. Basically, another way is to set up those kind of distributed storage. In this way, the storage is not distributed.
Yeah, but
so we have a local storage on the nodes in which we have the PostgreSQL data. And the replication is done by the PostgreSQL replication. So it's not done by a distributed file system. So we don't have, in this kind of example, we don't have any distributed file system. The data are stored on the nodes, and the synchronization is done by PostgreSQL native replication.
Okay, but the file store you need to synchronize either, because when you save PDFs or something like that.
For the file store, we use FS attachment add-on that allow us to push the attachment not on the file system but in various storage as S3 compatible storage, for example.
Ah, okay. That I missed.
So there is nothing. There is no distributed file system in this example.
Okay, and
attachments are accessed and pushed to various storage systems using FS attachment add-on.
And the cloud storage is too slow for storage.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And the another question is how I can update the database. So when I have a cluster with 3 or more bots, and I want to update it or publish an update, how it works?
To update the add-ons?
Yes.
Okay. So for that, there is multiple possibility. So at Axon, we use a tool which is click Odoo update that allows us to compute a hash of add-ons directly on the database. And if we detect any change during the initialization of the database, those add-ons will be updated automatically. There is other solution, but that's the way we do that at Axon.
Do we tear down all bots during the update? That means that
it's quite difficult to keep Odoo running during the upgrade. It's possible to try it. It depends on the amount of the add-on you have to upgrade. Because if you have a concurrent update during the transaction, the update will start from the beginning.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Great.
Thank you.
So you said you don't use the dynamic scaling.
Yeah.
So what is good in Kubernetes you use that you will be able to achieve with traditional tools?
Basically, if you have something in this kind of architecture, if you have the first is the high availability. So if there's something wrong on the nodes, so we have Odoo that will be rescheduled automatically on another node, and there is Cloud Native PG that will take care of make the switch between the primary and the replica, for example. So you have nothing to do. If you have a crash on a machine, Odoo will be rescheduled, so the Odoo image will be rescheduled on another node, and you have Cloud Native PG that will make the switch over from the primary to the replica.
And
this is one advantage.
Yes, for instance, during the year, how many times did it happen in your?
How many times too?
How many times you had this failover thing to
it's
take place?
Totally configurable.
No, but I mean during the year, did failover happen?
Perhaps one time a year.
One time a year.
That you have a disk failure on a machine, for example.
It gives also flexibility to manage your fleet of nodes. It's very easy to add new nodes on different machines and move the workloads from one node to the other. For instance, when you do a big an OS upgrade on a machine or something like that. Gives lots of flexibility. And also I should say that Cloud Native PG, for us, that would be if only one reason to use Kubernetes, because Cloud Native PG is so easy to use to manage Postgres with one Postgres cluster per environment, with the point-in-time recovery and so on. It's much more easier than to manage your Postgres yourself. That's clear.
When you are using one Postgres instance per Odoo container, it's like the link is one-to-one.
Yes, this is the architecture that we put in place.
Perfect. And do you use that for small customers? What we do actually is we have one Odoo instance per database, but the Postgres is shared, so that the resources of the Postgres are shared. So we have like, I don't know, 100 databases, production databases, staging databases, and so on one Postgres. But yeah, we think on this on going one-to-one, but we don't know if the resources are going to...
Yeah, this is the only thing. That was we had this kind of architecture before switching on Kubernetes. And yes, this is if you install Kubernetes distribution on a bare metal server, for example, this is the only cost you have additionally, because yes, you need basically more RAM because you have one PostgreSQL per environment.
Yeah, you can still play with the limits and the reservation, and you can,
But then you gain point-in-time recovery, easier Postgres upgrade, because if you have a big Postgres cluster, you need to put all your customers down at the same time when you upgrade and stuff like that. So it's much more flexible. It costs a little bit more resource, but
that's an issue for us, because when we have, I don't know, 50 production database on one Postgres server, then they they move to a newer Postgres, newer version, and then you need to deal with that. I need to downgrade this Postgres because I only have 10 customers there. So yeah, it's a great win there.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Next one.
Okay, for storage, we are using the S3 camp-to-camp approach. I don't know if you are aware of those modules. They were before, I believe, OCA S3 modules.
So before the creation, I think by Laurent from FS Attachment, we was using the add-ons by Camp to Camp. Just the FS Attachment, which I think it was done by this module.
Now so the question would be, now you're using the OCA add-ons, the ones that are on the OCA, and well, what we have with the S3 approach is sometimes it is not really fast to get the attachments. So The approach in Come2Come with the Come2Come add-ons is that it depends on the rules you define. Some of the binaries are stored on the Postgres database, so that small files are...
This is exactly the same for
It's the
FS
same.
attachment. Just the advantage of FS attachment is we can define multiple storage, and we can define multiple rules by storage, in fact.
Okay.
So we have so with the same add-ons we can use Azure storage, for example, or S3 storage.
I think you contributed several PRs to the Come2Come S3 modules, but they were not merged, I think, and I understand that Come2Come does not maintain it anymore. And basically all the features you contributed to the S3 module of Come2Come, they are now in the FS attachment, FS storage. So the different environment per config per environment, so on. Okay. Everything is there. Yeah.
Right.
Next question.
Please. Thank you. Regarding sessions being stored on Redis or Postgres, because you are using now Odoo supports sessions on Postgres out of the box. Yeah, I don't remember. We store sessions on Redis. But I believe I have seen some module in Odoo on the Odoo repo that implements storing sessions in Postgres. You store sessions in Postgres by a module, another module of SessionDB. SessionDB. Okay. Okay, I will check that. And so for each Odoo database, you have an Odoo Postgres database for sessions.
Yes.
Each 2 databases per instance, Odoo instance. Okay, perfect.
This SessionDB module was initially done by Nicolas Saint-Lay at Odoo, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. And I picked it up, and we have improved it to make it much more stable. And the reason we don't use Redis is just because it's simpler. We have one less moving part in the architecture, and honestly we have not done performance comparison between SessionDB and Redis, but honestly it's fine. It's a very simple table indexed on the session ID, no transactions, so it's very fast in Postgres. So.
Last one will be last one before the lunch.
One last question. Do you happen to, if you have, for instance, QJob, the job runner, do you run it from the same pod as Odoo frontend, or
up to
you create different pods?
It's up to you. In our architecture, we put it in the dedicated pod, so we can maintain resources. But because we have the fact which is very interesting here, we have by Odoo process, we have the possibility to define the limits, so the memory limits and so on. And so here in our architecture, we put the Odoo jobs in a dedicated pod, in a dedicated deployment. One advantage of that is to configure those parameters only for the jobs. If you have to stop jobs for something, there is just jobs that are stopped, and Odoo Interactive is keep running.
And when you update Odoo, you shut down both pods for running the update?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
One short question would be, which ingress are you using?
Which ingress classes?
Ingress.
Nginx.
Okay. And we have been playing a little bit with Knative. I don't know if you see that one. It allows you to define, it deploys the ingress by itself, and you can define quite easy some auto-scale rules, so that it depends on the request per second you get. For example, more pods are being created, and the ingress also, if it can go till 0 pods, if no request, for example, for a testing database, when no requests are received, it can go to 0, and then if a new request comes, it stops the request till he wakes up the pod, and then it delivers. We have been playing with that, but for that, with auto-pod scale and so on, we believe that multi-process would not be ideal, because it would be more like a multi-thread deployment of Odoo would be more logical, but we face other challenges there. I don't know if you have played with that, if you have any plan.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
So one question, because you were talking about like a separate pod running scheduled tasks and everything. So in that case, I assume Cloud Native PG out of the box handle several writing nodes for that database? Or, oh, okay, you know there.
I didn't catch it, but I didn't catch the question.
So the question is, I understood from an earlier question that you have a pod dedicated to scheduled task and that sort of stuff.
Yes.
In that case, since you're running kind of a one-to-one Odoo instance to Cloud Native PG inside your dedicated pods.
No. Yeah.
Okay, I misunderstood that.
This is the same connection. But there is an interesting thing. I don't know if you remember, but last year during the keynote, Anthony Le Suisse talked about the fact to have, in future version, to have the possibility to connect to read-only PostgreSQL. If, for example, for the read access, so if you have to read something in Odoo by using the ORM, Odoo will be able, in future version, to target a PostgreSQL replicate. And with Cloud Native PG, everything is ready for that. So Cloud Native PG provides a read-write service and a read-only service, which, if we have replication, we can use this service.
And actually, this feature is available in 18. I've prepared the Odoo Bedrock image, and there are new configurations. So you have the main Odoo connection and a replica Odoo connection where you can give the host and port for the read-only replica. And so for that, in Cloud Native PG, you can say, okay, I have one primary, I want three replica, and you can distribute all the read-only workloads to many replica. It's trivial to do. Never tested 18 for that, but we'll see.
Thank you. Time
Okay.
to lunch.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Pourquoi utiliser une DB spécifique pour les sessions?
Le module fonctionne comme ça.
Ok.
Le module fonctionne comme ça. Donc, comme disait Stéphane, c'est un module qui a été une DB spécifique.
Sí. Hola. Esto no quiere ir.
¿No puedes compartir?
Sí, no va.
Ah, mira, ahora.
Ok, vale.
Sí.
Okay. Se sent bé, Jordi? Okay. Hello, do you hear me all right? Yes. Okay. So sorry for the technical issues. They should be solved now. My name is Pablo, and I work as a DevOps at ForgeFlow. And I will be speaking to you about how we are monitoring Odoo deployments with Grafana. And yeah. So many of you, I guess, have heard by now of monitoring and are familiar with some of the related concepts. I'm just going to skim over a few of them, the main ones that we will be treating during the presentation. And well, the core concept of monitoring are these three pillars of observability, and they are basically logs, metrics, and traces. Each of them has their own particularities. Usually what we are exposed most as programmers might be logs. They are in all applications, and they give us information about what's happening at a given point in the system, in a specific component of the system. And they are they have a variable overhead, which means they can vary. The rate of of them can vary according to user demand. So if a lot of users are accessing our application, we might have more logs, and if none are accessing, we might have none. Metrics, on the other hand, are usually constant, and these are some kind of data that we extract from an application or system. In a given Linux system, it could be something like the load average of the system at that given point in time, and that metric will be repeated periodically, maybe every minute, every 30 seconds, or however you want to do it. And that could be, for our case, a metric in Odoo, such as the time that a request takes to be processed, or the time that Odoo spends doing a query in the database, such things. And then traces are a bit more complicated. They are not a single thing. They are not an event, but a relation of events. So essentially, if we have a complex application that has different layers, a trace might have some information about any of these given components and will give us the relation between them. This is useful, most of all, to correlate with logs for instances. And well, this is a bit out of scope of this presentation because otherwise it would be a bit more complex, and I haven't delved into it so much. So we'll be focusing on logs and metrics. Now, you might be wondering why we would want to choose Grafana and not some other established solution like the Elk stack with Elasticsearch and Kibana Logstash, or some other alternative that might be popular as well. And while you can choose whatever you want, I'm going to give you some reasons by which you might choose Grafana over others. The first of all is that it is a very complete solution. You might think that, or you might have heard that Grafana is mainly a dashboard visualization system, and that is true. It started as one, but over the time it has expanded, and now it has a lot of components that treat, well, everything that I mentioned previously, everything from logs, metrics, traces, and even some other stuff that we won't get into. Now, one of the benefits of Grafana, or benefits maybe I should put it, strong points of Grafana is that it is non-monolithic and it has an extensible design. It is non-monolithic because you can choose what components you use of the whole ecosystem. You might want to only choose the visualization part, the logs, the metrics, or whatever, a combination of all of them. And it is extensible because there are many ways in which a user or a company might extend their functionality by writing plugins and some other stuff that Grafana lets users interact with, like dashboards and things we'll go into later. The other very important thing, in my opinion, is that it has a very abundant documentation, and it's not only abundant, but it is really good. It is up to date, it is useful, it gives examples and some tutorials on how to do things, and so it is quite easy to get started. This might not sound like something that important, but in my experience, some software does not have this actually comprehensive documentation and makes doing things with it quite harder. So I think that's quite important. Then there's also the fact that it is open source. So if you wanted, you could do it yourself, self-host the whole ecosystem and do it your own. And then you can also, if you have any issues with any component of the system, you can contribute a fix, just like Odoo. So you can be part of the ecosystem as well. And well, as a result of all of the above, it has a very active community. And well, this is great because if you have a problem, that means you can get a solution easily by asking said community. Particularly, Grafana has a dedicated forum where all kind of problems get asked and more often than not solved. And this, again, this active community makes user-based content really accessible. So users that are using a given application might develop a dashboard for it, so everyone can benefit from it. There's also automation, so maybe some like repetitive tasks that you might not want to do by hand every time. Well, there are many scripts and Ansible roles and everything that you can reuse. So that's nice as well. And then we come to the point of, well, how can you actually get started easily if that's what you said. No, it's quite easy. Well, the great thing about Grafana is that they have this cloud service, which, although it has a paid variant, it also offers a free tier, which is free like forever, essentially. So it's not a free trial. It's not get a week or 30 days and test with it. You could potentially use it for as long as you want, as long as they don't change the terms of license. But yeah, that makes it quite useful. And well, this Grafana stack is something that you could potentially do yourself by self-hosting all of the components. You could self-host Loki and then Prometheus and then all of the things that make this stack, and essentially have more or less what they offer. The good thing about it is that, well, they give it to you, so you don't have to worry. You can just focus on developing your configuration files on how you send data to the system, and not have to deal with all of the particularities of setting such a setup, which, I mean, it's feasible, but it's a bit complex. So, well, and as well as having this free tier, the cloud system, this cloud offering, has some integrations that are exclusive to it, and this applies to some dashboards that come out of the box, configurations that you can plug into the collector system that I'll show you in a minute, and then some access controls, which if you are exposing all of your system publicly, as in you are sending logs to a centralized server from a lot of different servers, well, you want access control. You don't want to have some server be leaked and then everyone can send logs to it. So yeah. Now here's one of the components that makes this work, and it's Grafana Alloy. Probably it was named Grafana Agent, and well, essentially it's a distribution of the OpenTelemetry collector, which, just to say that it can get metrics and logs and traces from a lot of sources, and it kind of funnels them to where you tell them. It has a common syntax for a lot of components, so it's not only for a specific source. You can use Loki, Prometheus, OpenTelemetry, and many other sources. You can then process all of these data and send it to wherever you want. In this case, it will be a backend that's on the Grafana cloud stack. That's more or less what this picture depicts. And well, this has the benefit that you have a centralized configuration file, and it's an .alloy file that it has all of these configurations that I'll show you later. And yeah. Then you have OpenTelemetry. OpenTelemetry itself is not a program. It is a framework and toolkit so that you can instrument other applications and, well, essentially extract some metrics, logs, or relevant information that you otherwise would not have access to. Because, well, Alloy is useful for processing already existing data. But if you want to generate it from zero, you need something like OpenTelemetry. And well, that's its basic functionality. It has some auto-instrumentation features on some libraries. In Python, for instance, there's instrumentation already available for some libraries like the Postgres library that Odoo uses, PsychoPG. There's also a generic instrumentation for a Python WS GI server, and well, it has a lot of things. And well, I have some link here if you want to look at it later. And now we get to the actual monitoring. So I've prepared a small proof of concept for this purpose. And while you could technically use anything, and well, you can use an infrastructure, which means I will be using Linux, but you could potentially, by using Grafana Cloud, extract metrics from anything you consider infrastructure, Docker, Kubernetes, or anything else. That would be at the infrastructure level. And then at the application level, you can also have some applications like Postgres or Traffic, which come with integrated dashboards and so on. And then Odoo, which it doesn't have. That's the first thing I thought was, well, let's see if Odoo has any content related to Grafana, or OpenTelemetry, some existing library, but I didn't find any, no modules. So I got to work and did something. Now, this is what you will see when you get to your instance in Grafana. Here I've already installed the integrations that come that give you the dashboard and so on. But if you wanted to, you could simply go here to add new connection and well, install this and configure your sources. But I will use the ones I already have. So the first of all would be your infrastructure. So say you have a Linux server. In this case, this will be my machine. And you wanted to see, well, how it was doing in terms of memory or network or whatever you want. Well, this is an integration that, as I said, it already comes with Grafana Cloud. And you have essentially an overview of all the machines. Here I will be only focusing on my personal laptop. And, well, it doesn't matter. Which is this one. You can see it has some basic information on the load, the CPU usage, uptime, and so on. You can narrow it down to this one, and then you have a pre-built dashboard which comes with some useful information, generic information like CPU usage, memory, disk, network, so on. And while this is useful, you also have more specific information about, let's say, memory. So here's more dashboards about memory, and well, you get the gist of it, right? So you could use this information then to do other things. You could set up alerting and get some notification in Slack or whatever communication system you use. And then, as I said, at the application level, it also comes with some other pre-built dashboards. One of them is the Postgres one. Here you will see that well, there should be some not much information, but some information about how many queries are running per second, some information on the rows, the operations performed on them, and so on. And there's also one for Traffic, which for some reason doesn't work that well. Some of the panels are not available, but I guess they will fix it sometime, or maybe it's a misconfiguration on my part. And then this is the part where, well, I think this is the important part of the talk, which is an integration for Odoo and what we could get from it. So, well, first of all, I am not an Odoo programmer primarily, so I am not really aware of all of the things that some of you might be. So I've tried to instrument Odoo in some ways I believe are useful, but there are probably many more. And I've narrowed it down to some that are feasible to do in a short amount of time. So here would be all of the deployments that we have. They are listed with a name, an environment, and a version. Well, I only have one here, but ideally there will be a lot more here. and you could narrow them down by the host name or the environment type. So if you are only trying to see what's happening in production, you could do that. And then for each of them, you can see their logs and metrics. In the logs part, you can see, well, the logs. This is basically a copy from what you could see in the Linux integration. But essentially, we can see here if we are receiving logs, how many, the volume here, which one was the latest time we received logs, and then the logs themselves. You could sort them. I mean, you could filter them by keywords. You could search for error on the message, and it would only show this. If you see that there are a lot of repeated log messages, that's because I'm running in the background a service that's generating dummy data only for testing purposes. So yeah, that's why there's only these requests all the time. And well, this could be more useful if you filter, I guess, by some other things, but this is what I have now. And then the other important part maybe would be the metrics. Again, this is something that I think could be useful, but there are probably a lot of more interesting metrics. I've essentially registered the requests that are made to Odoo, and I've sorted them by count for each of the routes. They are grouped so that a request that is parameterized gets sorted into the same one. So you can see here that dummy sleep has 1,000 counts for now, and you can see one. There are some more. This unknown is because, well, some issue. And then this is a plot of the request rate by state, by HTTP status. So these are the ones that are okay. And then these ones here, there are not many, are the ones with status codes for 400 and 500, which are some forced errors that I'm raising from this dummy controller that I made. But they could be any code, any HTTP code that is supported. And then there's some information regarding the response time. So you know Odoo, when you see the logs, there are some numbers after the request, and these are the query time, the time that it spends, that Odoo, that a request spends while doing a query in Postgres. There's the remaining time, which is the time it doesn't, and then there's the query count, which is the number of queries that a request costs. This is this is an average over time, so you can see it tied to a specific request, but you could do it ideally. I also thought about adding some metrics regarding crons, but it was a bit difficult, and I didn't end up doing it because it was more work and I didn't have time. And the other important thing at some point would be doing traces. These are more costly because there's a lot of information packed into them. So when I tried it, there were some issues with the Grafana Cloud instance because of rate limiting. So I would need to find a way to work around that, but it would be feasible. And then you could trace the request through all of the system, which in most systems it will be just the Odoo service and then Postgres. But on more complex systems, it could span more services, and well, it would be easier with this to find hard to debug errors across application layers. And well, that's essentially it. I have some other interesting topics here listed that, while they are not covered, it could be interesting in the future. This is mainly a proof of concept again, so it would benefit greatly from anyone that wants to check it out and maybe contribute something. Traces again are not covered here. Profiling is not covered either. Load testing could be interesting, see how your system works under stress. K6 is one of the components of Grafana that does this. It allows you to write scripts that essentially load the application with, well, whatever you say to it. Then there's also auto instrumentation at the not at the application level, but at the system level. That's Bela. It's another component from Grafana, and it essentially hooks into the kernel and analyzes all the traffic and, well, everything it can to get a picture of the system. It doesn't need any code, so it would be interesting to see how that works, but again, out of the scope. And then also something I did mention but did not get into is alerting. Grafana has a service called OnCall, which allows you to set all of these alerts and, well, a lot of things up. And well, you could essentially use it to notify anything you want. You could use it to notify it to your mail, or if you have, again, a Slack or Element or some other notification system, you could do that. And well, the last topic would be self-hosting, because, well, as I said, the free tier is free, but it does come with some limitations. It has a limit of logs ingestion per month. It has a limit of active series in the metrics department, and, well, it has some limitations. But again, if you just want to give it a try, I believe that the free tier is enough to test maybe 10 deployments, maybe even, because, well, if you are not pulling a lot of metrics or traces that are costly, you have room for a lot of monitoring. So yeah, that's essentially it. If you have any questions, I will be glad to answer them. So, thank you.